Hello there, everybody. How y'all doing tonight? So yes, as you can see, we're coming back to this now. It's been a while, but like you read in the stream title, there's a big difference. There's a big difference from the last time I streamed this. Do you remember how badly it was running before? You remember how badly it was running before, right? Well, barring a certain circumstance that this game has not yet done to me, but, you know, knock on wood, it should be a lot better now. There's still some other things I'll need to do before I can come back to, say, Stalker 2. But, hey, we're making progress. We're making progress, and I'm honestly surprised. I would say not honestly surprised, you know, I was honestly kind of like taken, you know, a bit surprised by what happened with Stalker 2. So I think I mentioned this before, but I finally got a new GPU. And it is because the one before was what? I was still on Pascal. I was on a 1080 Ti. No. God damn it, Nuker. Nah, but no, for real though. So not only am I on a new GPU, by the way, Nuker, I mentioned this, it's not just a new GPU. No. It's not just a new GPU. It's also, I switched brands. So I'm on AMD now. Specifically a 9070 XT. But that has come with a bit. Oh, hello there, Chumbussy. How are you doing? But it has come with a bit of a weird little surprise. So, Stalker 2 specifically was the first time I experienced this. But when launching Stalker 2 on Steam, the initial power spike when the game is first opening takes the full draw of, you know, there's an initial power spike that sends this GPU up to its maximum power draw just for like a second or two. And it's just for like a second or two. But it's enough to trip the breaker inside the power supply, which causes the PC to shut down and then reboot. So that's the next thing I'm gonna have to get before anything else is a new power supply. But on some level, I kinda should have known that was going to happen. This GPU specifically says that it wants an 850 watt power supply. When I previously built this PC, when I originally built this PC, it was with a 750 watt power supply because the 1080 Ti used a lot less power than a 9070 XT does. So occasionally, depending on what the game is, if it has that big power spike on launch, I can't run it at all. Thankfully, Code Vein 2 seems to not be one of those games that does that. It was like I said, it was a bit of an unpleasant surprise, but it is nonetheless it's just one of those things that in hindsight, I should have known was going to happen and will be resolved relatively soon. But like I said, so once I get a new power supply for this, it'll be fine, because then I'll actually have a power supply that matches what this GPU wants. I'll have a power supply that won't trip because the GPU has like a draw spike that is just a bit too much for it. It's a simple fix. It's just one of those things that I'm gonna have to do. But once I've done that, things will be a lot smoother. Until then, though, let's open her up. Yup. I did go from PCIe 3 to PCIe 5. I forget if the motherboard I bought, it should, because I'd have to look, but I think it should have PCIe 5 as well, but I forget, I have to check the PCI slots on the motherboard. It's just one of those things I have to look at the box and I can tell you. But that's gonna be one of those like fun little things. So the PC when all is said and done, when this PC is like fully built out, it's going to be, it is an all AMD system. When it's done, it's going to be an all AMD system. So the GPU, like I said, it's an AMD GPU, and then of course, because Intel has been kinda not doing great these past few years, AMD CPU, specifically, that's going to be a 9800X3D. Which blades am I using right now? I want to check now. Am I using one of the good ones? Yes, I am. I am using one of my actually leveled weapons. But, so, last time we were here, we were doing the side quest with Jose here. We're doing Jose's side quest. Oh, you want threat? Okay, Chimbussy, I'm gonna put you in the hydraulic press. And it's going to be playing the most brain rot bullshit as the machine comes down. It's literally gonna be that edit of Kirigiri's execution that was going around for a while with, you know, the version of The Thick of It. I think it was The Thick of It was the song, which it's really funny actually. So the scene where she actually gets, smashed by the thing. When she actually gets smashed by the thing, I was at my old job for 3 years. My current job for 3 years. Try me. But anyways, so the thing about that is, I actually knew about the actual scene where she's being, where Monokuma is doing like the whole, like he's got the board and such, and he's showing all of that. I knew about that before. I knew about the board and Kiri, and I knew about the board before I actually knew what that was from, because it was in an let's just say, oh hey, one of Yadvina's minions. Let's just say I found a version of it that was kind of zesty. That's all you need to know. Is I had ran into a version of that was kind of zesty. So I knew about that before I knew about Danganronpa, before I actually knew what that scene was. And it was, it's kind of weird actually, now having the full context of that. What do you got? Guess what? Guess what? What do you want me to guess? So I gotta get my money back. I gotta get my money back because I when I first tested this. Oh, good for you. Happy birthday. Okay, that was a little bit of a chug, but it handled like a champ. I'll definitely say that real quick. That was a bit of a chug there, but I bet that's on the CPU side because that's where, that's still the current bottleneck. The current system bottleneck is on the CPU side. Been stuck with you since 2024. Also, I watched the Digital Circus finale yesterday because I didn't actually go and see it in theaters because I just didn't want to deal with it. And also, I don't want to go to a theater on my own. I don't want to go to a theater on my own. Also, one, I don't want to go to a theater on my own. Two, they're bad now. Movie theaters are oof now. It's actually kind of miserable. It's actually kind of miserable how movie theaters are now. everything's a goddamn subscription. They basically gotten to the point where they're doing everything short of, oh, hey, we're going to put ad breaks in the movie. If they ever do that, that's going to be tragic. They ever do like, oh yeah, no, movie theaters have ad breaks now. That's going to be tragic. Oh, yeah, that would be so bad. Oh, they have the fists. What's the scaling on those? Whatever. Maybe I'll grab them, but first, I want... Of course, first I want this. Rose. Okay, so those are materials that I can use for other stuff later on down the line. But anyways, putting the theater bit aside, the Digital Circus finale was actually pretty nice. It was actually pretty nice. And I really like I did really like the post-credits bit. That was a really nice little bit where, they show, the bit they show after the credits. Oh, yo, it's these two straight into the fight. Okay. Oh, I forgot. I almost ghouled myself there. Woo. Watch it. Ooh, that could have been bad. My sword's bigger. You wanted to watch the new Mandalorian movie today? You swear you were there for 15 minutes of previews after the... Yeah, I know, it's bullshit, right? Like, it's actually horrible. That to me is honestly the worst thing, is the showtime is not the actual showtime. That is one of the worst things, is like, the showtime is not the actual showtime anymore. I watched the 2009 cinematic masterpiece, Monsters vs. Aliens. Oh, no shit. Speaking of early 2000s movies, I don't know why. I don't know why, but for whatever reason, I've been thinking about the 2001 movie Evolution. Do any of y'all remember that? So basically the premise is a meteor crashes in the Arizona desert, and it turns out it's full of these alien bacteria that evolves super rapidly, and eventually it gets to the point where it's basically becoming a bit of a natural disaster. It's almost like a parody of it's kind of like, it was trying to be like Ghostbusters meets Men in Black. It's not a very good movie, but every once in a while I find myself thinking about it because, well, for one reason, when it came out, because this movie came out in June of 2001, so it's from a completely different world. Which is such a strange thing to say. It's almost like an artifact at this point. It's like a version of the world that I barely remember, because that was long ago, and I was, what, 2001? I would have been 8 years old. No, I would have been 7, actually. Oh God, I did that. I ghouled myself. I just ghouled myself again. And immediately right afterwards, watch it, watch it, watch it, watch it. Damn. It kind of is. Yeah, you're not wrong, Have to Read. It basically is. It is literally just Ornstein and Smough. It's, you know, the classic duo boss. It's the classic duo boss. But what was it? Oh yeah. But so that's the premise of the movie. And one of the reasons I remember it really well is one of the things that as the alien bacteria is like evolving super rapidly, one of the things it eventually reaches, it turns into like a weird dinosaur creature. Whoa. All right, let's focus on the big guy first. That's how we did this last time. It actually worked really well. That's how I did it when I actually fought Ornstein and Smough. As it turns out, among other reasons, I wanted the Leo ring, of course. But it turns out, focusing down Smough first worked really well, and I wonder if that's going to be the case here as well. Woo! Man, at some point, I do need to get back to DS1, but I also have to start. I'm gonna have to start that over from the beginning, because it turns out that's just one of the things you have to do when you switch to Linux. Is you lose all of you lose your save files and such, and also I don't know what the compatibility is going to be like with Prepare to Die, so I might just get the remastered version and run that, because I know that apparently does work rather well through Proton. Whoa! Whoa! No. I'm starting to kind of learn Oscar's patterns, though, which is nice. Thank you. Whoa! Thank you, wife. Fuck off, Oscar! I'm trying to kill your boss. Oof. Woo! Watch it, watch it, watch it. Watch those wrist rockets. Oh my god. Of all things, like, I swear, that's like a vocal sim for me at this point, is the wrist. Like, that's gonna become like a vocal sim for me, isn't it? Watch those wrist rockets from Battlefront 2. Like that, and just like the simulations. Of course he's not going to. So, yeah, put that down. Put that down, pendejo.
未来を僕は切り開く僕の夢を
Why are you talking about him like he's dead, Oscar?
あなたの
Why are you talking about him like he's dead? He's literally right there. Mr. Gobbo, I don't feel so good. Oh, god damn it. Mr. Gobbo, I don't feel so good. Okay. Lego. Lego. But what movie is it, Chabusi? What movie are you saying you want me to watch? It's Gub Over, yeah. Oh, oh. Bro's bayonet is huge now. You can huge bayonet with this one weird trick. Oh, the AVG. I don't remember much about the AVGN movie. Like, I honestly don't remember much of anything about the AVG. I don't think I ever saw the AVGN movie. It's probably the reason why. But I remember people were not very fond of it when it first came out. And in a lot of ways, I think I can guess why. I'm not sure if it's the case, because again, I don't think I've ever seen it. But I do wonder how much of it has to do with the direction that AVGN has gone ever since, you know, he started doing stuff with Screenwave. Like when Cinemassacre started doing this shit with Screenwave, I remember people were not happy about it. Of course I did. I watched a bunch of it back when he was doing that. I watched him back before he was on YouTube, when he was doing it on the Screw Attack website. And that's also why I'm saying, like, I kind of have an idea of what's going on there with how AVGN kind of changed over the years. Yeah, of course I do. That's what I'm saying. That's like the early days of AVGN. Well, not the early days, but you know. The thing that made AVGN work. And why it fell off, why it fell off after a while, is because it was James Rolfe using a bit of a played-up persona. It was James Rolfe using a bit of a played-up persona to talk about games that, you know, talk about old games that, well, they may not have necessarily been great. He still kind of looked back on them. He had like fond memories of them, and new people remembered them. They either had fond memories of them, or he remembers they were like a big presence when he was a child in his childhood. And the audience in those early days were people who understood that, who had the necessary context to fully appreciate what he was talking about. But as time went on, and as his popularity grew, a lot of the newer audience, they didn't have that context. All they saw was, haha, angry person yelling at old game. Haha, obviously this game's so bad. Look how terrible it is. And that was kind of the beginning of the decline. Was... What do you mean by whoever had tattoo assassins? What's this about tattoo assassins? But the main thing I'm getting at is, it's kind of unfortunate how a lot of there's like a substantial chunk of people whose entire impression of a lot of older games is because of Angry Video Game Nerd, but they don't have the necessary... I don't even know what Tattoo Assassins is in context here, Chumbosi. So I don't know if I did or not. Oh! Ooh, that's gonna get annoying. That's gonna get really annoying really fast. One of his reviews of Mortal Kombat ripoffs. Okay, I don't think I've ever seen that one. I don't think I've ever seen the Mortal Kombat ripoff review. And especially, I don't know when it was around that I kind of stopped watching him. But if it might be one of the later episodes after I kind of stopped watching AVGN because, like I said, so as I was saying, it was a bit of a played up persona, but underneath it was still James Rolfe, you know, earnestly talking about these games that him and his audience remember on, you know, had like first-hand memories or experience of on some level. Whoa! Completely whiffed that. Whoop. Watch it, watch it, watch it, watch it, watch it. Nice try. Nice try, Oscar. Just rolling for my goddamn life right now. I'm just rolling for my goddamn. Whoa! Ooh, big hit there. All right, now we're on to phase 2.
Oscar!
Actually doing it pretty quickly, too. Ooh! The dodge window on that is brutal. Come on, Jose, I need you to get back out. We're kind of playing footsies right now. God damn it! Pull back, pull back, pull back, pull back, pull back. Heal. Oh, of course. I have had some terrible games over the years, Chobusi. I have had some absolutely terrible games over the years. Let me think. There was one. Okay, so let's think here. The first one that comes to mind was called Combat Task Force 141. I had it for the original Xbox. I think it was meant to be like a Rainbow Six type game, but it had awful, you know, it was like the frame rate was horrible. The textures, even for, you know, 2000, when the fuck did that game come out? It was terrible. I have to look to see when this game came out now, because it's a very old game. Like, this is a very old game I'm thinking about here. When did this come out? When did this drop? When did this come out? It was years and years ago. No, it was for the original Xbox. Oh, it was 121. Never mind. It wasn't even 140. It was 121. What the hell? And it was, but yeah, it was for 2005. Not only did this come out, this was a late original Xbox title from 2005, and it looked old when it first came out, and it was just generally super janky. Objectives wouldn't trigger when they were supposed to. There was, all kinds of just random jank, the kind of stuff that, has unfortunately been kind of normalized since then. But with the fact that games can be patched live now. Ooh, good hit on that one. Take a chance to heal. No, you don't. Whoa! Ooh. Watch it, watch it, watch it! So that was one. Another one I had that was really bad was... Oh, I still have this, by the way. I still have my copy of this. And this is a game that Bloom has talked about as one of the worst games he's ever played in terms of just, again, basically unplayable. Basically not even really much of a game. But I still have my copy of Godai Elemental Force, which was one of the worst games ever made for the PS2. So if you ever want to play something that is actually just actual garbage, if you want to play something that is actual god-awful trash, go and play Godai Elemental Force for the PS2. Like I said, Bloom, who is a known Kusoge apologist, like he will find arguments to explain why games that are absolutely horrendous, you should give them another chance. Like deserve another chance. He could not defend Godai Elemental Force. His remarks on Godai Elemental Force were, well, it's a game, I guess. That's what his remarks on Godai Elemental Force basically boiled down to, if memory serves me right. It was just, it's a game, I guess. Because, yeah, no, Godai Elemental Force is bad. Like, truly bad game. Ooh, good hit there. Oscar, I'm gonna need you to like leave. Can you do that for me? Can you just make like a tree and fuck off? I would appreciate it greatly. Oh, watch it, watch it, watch it, watch it. Where is he? Where is he? Ooh, that was awkward. Oh, Hatred is awful. Everybody knows Hatred is awful. But Hatred's not awful in a way that's amusing. Hatred is just like sad, is what it is. Like, unironically, that game is just sad. Like, unironically, that game is just sad. Like, my name is not important. Crusade. That's all I can ever think of when I think of hatred. It's just, my name is not important. My name is not important. But the matters is that I'm gonna go around and just shoot people. Yes. Because there are much better. There are games that executed that sort of edginess much better. One of the ones that comes to mind is, of course, Postal. Postal 1, mind you. Postal 1 did that edginess better than Hatred could ever have dreamed of. It's literally the difference. The difference between Postal and Hatred is like the difference between Dot Hack and Sword Art Online. That should give you an idea of just how big the gap is. Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, no, everybody loves Postal 2. Everybody loves Postal 2, Nuker. I'm talking about Postal 1, though. That even Postal 1 was better than Hatred. Ah, damn it. Like, and that's why I said, like, it's like the difference between Dot Hack Sign and Sword Art Online. Which I actually was recently actually got into watching. I got back into Dot Hack because of Tsukimi, the jellyfish mechanic, because she was showing Dot Hack Sign on her Discord. And so that's why I was gonna play, originally I was gonna play I was gonna play Dot Hack I was gonna do Dot Hack tomorrow, but also I'm also thinking about, I don't want to have to start Dot Hack Infection over again. So what I'm probably gonna end up doing is playing IMOQ off stream, and then on stream will be GU. Will be the GU games, because I also have those. But also, the opening to Dot Hack Sign is an absolute banger. It's an absolute banger. Obsession by Seesaw is so goddamn good. Like both the opening and the ending are really good, but I'm kind of thinking about the opening right now, just for whatever reason. It is a really goddamn good opening. It's a really goddamn good opening. The ending as well, though, like I said, the ending is kind of like a heal. The ending is very healing, is the way I would describe the ending. The opening, though, where it's got that opening, almost like a dime squeal at the beginning of it. It's like the thing that Dimebag Darrell would do. It starts with one of those, and it's damn good. It is a damn good opening. Like, I will post it for those of y'all, for any of y'all who actually want to go and listen to it. This is the opening for Dot Hack Sign. The version for the actual the actual like TV size version of it, though, it opens with almost like a dime squeal, and it's really good. Like, this is the TV size version. And seriously, it opens with a dime squeal. It's so good. Like I said, the opening is a banger. Also, this is actually one of those things that... So, Dot Hack Sign. So, there was a song that was, like, bothering me for almost... Oh, God. Over 5 years now. It was bothering me for over 5 years. Because I had the tune stuck in my head. But I didn't know what it was from. You know... Da, da, na, 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 na. It turns out it was from Dot Hack Sign all this time. And again, like that was one of the things. I found it thanks to Dorney showing Dot Hack Sign. But it's like, if you are near to the dark, I will tell you about the sun. You are here, no escape from my vision of the world. You will cry all alone, but it does not mean a thing to me. Knowing the song I will sing till the darkness comes to sleep into me. Now I will tell about the secret of the sun. It's in you, not in me, but it does not mean a thing to you. The sun is... But this was the song this whole time. It was from Dot Hack Sign. It was called Aura, and it was used as like an insert song at certain points. And that was the tune that I had been trying to dig up and recover. It's like I knew it was from something, and I knew I wasn't crazy, but it wasn't until I was reminded of Dot Hack Sign that I finally found it, because that's where it was the whole damn time. It was Dot Hack Sign Aura by Yuki Kajiura, which, oh, that's another thing. Like, dear God, Yuki Kajiura was like, going back and actually looking at all, like, you know, so much of the stuff that I, you know, kind of grew up watching. I was like, wow, Yuki Kajiura was everywhere from like the mid 2000s to the early 2010s. She did so many she was responsible for so many of the soundtracks and scores that I remembered. Whether, like I said, it was Madoka Magica, Dot Hack Sign. What else has she done over the years? I'm pulling it up right now so I can go look. Just everything she was involved in over the years that I remember. Noir. Yeah, so it's like Noir, Dot Hack Sign, Madoka Magica. Wow, she actually did both Dot Hack Sign and Sword Art Online. Okay, that's actually kind of funny. And she did both Dot Hack Sign and Sword Art Online. Oh, that's actually kind of funny now in hindsight. Especially because I was just talking about how when you look at something like Dot Hack Sign or Dot Hack Roots, you look at it, it's like, wow, SAO could never. And then it turns out she didn't do the sound. She wasn't there. She didn't do Dot Hack Roots. But like I said, she did Dot Hack Sign and Dot Hack Liminality, which was the anime accompaniment for the original Dot Hack IMOQ games. But it is that still just gets a giggle out of me. It's like, oh, she did the good one and the bad one. That's actually kind of funny in hindsight. Makes me wonder now if actually that's one of those things where it turns out, I wonder, oh God, that's right. And she's doing the upcoming, when is this supposed to come out? October, she's doing the upcoming new Magic Knight Ray. She's also composing for the upcoming new Magic Knight Rayearth anime, which that's going to be interesting to see. Cause I have very distinct memories of I never actually watched it back then, but I had a couple of anime DVDs. I think it was the Yu Yu Hakusho movie and one other, but I don't remember what the other one was. But they were both distributed by the same company. I forget who it was. I forget it was Manga Entertainment, ADV back when they were still a thing or whatever. But both of them had trailers for Magic Knight Rayearth on them. And I very distinctly remember those trailers because so they both used like one of the big songs from the old Magic Knight Rayearth soundtrack, but one used the original version and the other one used the English dubbed version of that song. And so I always have those two kind of like crossover. Those two versions of it are kind of like crossovers for me now. I remember the English dub version. Her name was Sandy. The person who her name was Sandy Fox. I don't remember who did what the original Japanese version, who that was by. So I'm looking now because I want to see what their name was. Because, yeah, there's the English version, which was, Naomi Tamura. So, yeah, I always get those two versions of it, like, crossed over, though. I think that's the second opening from Rayearth, from Magic Knight Rayearth. I always get those two versions of them mixed up. I still need to go and watch Magic Knight Rayearth, because it is, again, like I said, it's one of those things that I mostly remember in bits, pieces, and snippets, because I haven't actually watched it, start to finish. And I need to do that at some point, because I need to make these snippets connect to each other so that they aren't just like random bits anymore. But God, that second opening is really good. Embracing Light and Darkness. But this is the actual track right here. This one right here. I love this track. And I remember it really well from the trailer, because I remember the first time I actually saw the combined version of the Rune Knights, I was like, yo, that is a sick fucking design. And if you know what they look like, you can kind of see how that was an influence for me as well. Watch it, watch it, watch it. Come on, back. Fuck off, Oscar. Whoa. Ah, shit, we got down. Move. Back. All right, she's back. Asshole. Watch it. Go. Oh, we completely whipped that. Keep moving, though. Keep moving. Ah, shit, I ghouled myself. God damn it, I ghouled myself. Ooh, good hit there, though. Really good hit there. I think I got both of them with the one swing. That was a big hit there is what it was. I don't care, Oscar. I really don't care. Ugh. Oscar's the big problem here, which is the thing I'm noticing. It's like, but also not exactly surprising, because Ornstein and Smao is a very similar situation where Ornstein tends to be the problem because you want to burst down, especially if you're trying to burst down Smao. Like, if you're really trying to burst down Smao, Ornstein is just going to harass the shit out of you. Although it could be worse. It could still be worse. It could have been that one fucking boss that was like with the yellow glowing tentacles. That thing just sucked. Like, straight up, that thing sucked. Watch it, watch it, watch it, watch it. Oh. It wasn't really like Bed of Chaos, Nuker. Because I don't think I never got to Bed of Chaos in Dark Souls. I know what you mean, though. Yeah, no, Bed of Chaos sucks. Like, everybody hates Bed of Chaos. Probably the most widely hated boss. I don't know if it's the most widely hated boss in Dark Souls, in the whole Dark Souls series, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's up there. Just because it's so poorly designed. And because it's ultimately just kind of a boring boss once you figure it out. Like, Ornstein and Smao, sure, it's a pain in the ass while you're still trying to figure him out, but that's a fun fight once you... That fight still remains extremely fun, even after you've got it, like, figured out. Like, even after you understand what's going on with Ornstein and Smao, with ONS, that fight is fun. Bed of Chaos? No, Bed of Chaos just sucks. This boss was, although the boss I'm talking about, I would definitely say is probably on a similar level of bad to Bed of Chaos. It's pretty much on a similar level of bad to Bed of Chaos, but for different reasons. The problem with, I think it was called like Sanctuary Guardian or whatever, and it was like this, it was the one that had the big, you know, like I said, like the big glowing slime tentacles around it. The reason that one sucked is a completely different reason, though. That one sucked because it basically turned into a turn-based sort of fight where you had to wait, but you had to wait for it to lower one of its tentacles until that you could hit it. But the problem is, most of the time when it did that, it was also too much of a threat to let you attack it. Oh my god! I did it again! Yeah, the weird giant that spawned the slowing trees. That's the exact one. That is the exact one, Nuker. You remember it now. That thing sucked. That thing really sucked. Also, I just realized, did I actually remember to change the category on Steam, on Twitch? I have to go and look now. Did I remember to change the category on Twitch? Yes, I did. Okay. I did, in fact, remember to change the category. Because I know I've done that before. So I had to look. I had to look to see if I had changed the category on Twitch. Just to make sure it was correct. There we go. There we go. Then I could do that, and now we're good back to go. Now we're back good to go. I was just moving, mix it up around. I was just moving, mix it up around so that I could read chat better. But also, as you see there, an ad break's going to be starting soon. So if you need a chance to stretch, grab a drink, anything else of that sort, now's the time to do it. I will see y'all when it is over. back. Okay, good. I did actually set that correctly. So I was sure. Did I bring my mic back on? I did. That was the main thing I wasn't sure about. I was like, did I bring the mic back on? I did bring the mic back on. That was like the thing I said. I didn't know if I had done that or not. I did. But so, let's see now. Can we actually do this? That's going to become the thing now. And also I'm wondering, maybe we want to make some changes to what we're actually running. And if we did, what would it be? No, because those would do a lot less damage. So that wouldn't actually really help us. Or rather, we'd have to make a whole bunch of other changes to our current setup alongside that. Oh! I have to remember I have that. Just for the knockback. Just to make Oscar there fuck off. That is literally the leave me alone Oscar button. Also, one of the things that makes duo bosses kind of a bitch. Because a lot of the time in this game, you're relying on whoever you have with you. Not relying on, but one of the things they do is pull aggro. But a duo boss, they can just aggro you anyways. So that kind of gets rid of that advantage. And when you get used to that advantage, it can be hard to remember what it's like without it. Woof! Ooh, nice try, nice try. Take the chance to heal. This is not going to be the run with how fast we're burning through healing. I can already tell that from here. Oh, I thought I was out of the radius there. Damn. Oh, good hit there. Damn it. I knew that wasn't going to be the run with that there. We can get pretty consistently to the second stage, though, which is what's kind of annoying. Is that I'm able to do that semi-consistently, but then we get there, and then it's like the new attacks on that are just such a curveball that I still need to figure that out. Oh, that's right. You didn't cancel me that time, Oscar. Bang, 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 bang. Oof. Ugh. I'm wondering, actually. I'd have to worry about going evasive against Gobo. But I wonder if I can be annoying to Oscar a bit, actually. I'm thinking, what if we go Parry God, then we go, say, let's see. We do that. We go Rune Blades. Like that. We'd have to change some other things around. But I'm starting to think now. Jadwiga. Oh no, Holly. Holly is the play with that. That's the one there, yeah. And then that means I don't have to worry about damaging myself with the overflow. And then if I use that, that would also build up the slow effect, but it's also completely unupgraded, which is a little annoying. But also, I'm gonna just say I'm a bit of a sucker for these rune blades and these rune blades in particular. I'm a bit of a sucker for them, and it's entirely because they have the skill where you can throw them at somebody, and then you can just fight unarmed, and it looks kind of sick. You get kind of sick with it. You get kind of schnutty with it. Oh. I'm wondering if I can make that work now. Can I make the Parry God? Can I make the Parry God stick here? It probably won't work very well against Gobo is the only thing I'm thinking about. And he is the second phase. You know, it's not like Ornstein and Smough, where you get to choose between Super Ornstein and Super Smough. No, you always have to fight Super Smough. So that's going to be interesting. But I'm wondering if at the very least, it could work. Parry time has got to be better. But that's just gonna be the case regardless. Ugh. His windups suck. He has the Elden Ring windups. Okay, that might not work if he's gonna have the Elden Ring windups, just because I'm always having to worry about Gobo off to the side, and he's just a pain in the ass. kind of worked, but not really. We can get the parries off. But we're constantly under such a threat from Gobo that doing so is kind of just a royal pain in the ass. So I don't think that's gonna work here. I don't think that's gonna work here. We might still use the rune blades though. Just because that way we're not in danger of overflowing ourselves, which is actually really nice to not have to worry about with this combination. So that if we put that with we could do it with the spin actually. I'm not so sure of how I feel about that though. What if we go back to the dual blades? I mean, we could put ourselves back at the risk of gulaing ourselves, but yeah, we use Jose. Oh wait, wow, that still has better scaling. Would you look at that? That still has better scaling. The only thing this has better scaling for is insufficient jail level. What jail level do I need to have 2 weapons? Whatever. I'll be able to figure that out. Here we go again. I don't think Gobo likes that. Because now we can just lay the beat down on him without having to worry about overflowing ourselves. Which is so nice, actually. Ooh. But I do think, okay, I think we're kind of getting it there. We're kind of starting to get it though. Is we don't want, oh God, I just realized we have an ungodly amount of Iker with this as well. 21. We can just go crazy. We can go stupid. Okay. We can go absolutely stupid on the casting. Ugh. Bye bye. We can go absolutely stupid with the casting now. Ooh. What the hell was that, Gobo? Just... Watch it, watch it, watch it. Ooh, beautiful swing there. Woo! There's phase 2. Ooh. Oh, get out of the pit. Watch the puddles. Ugh. Right. Right. We're actually getting somewhere though with it, which feels really nice. Like I said, it's just that we're kind of semi-consistently getting to the second phase, but also really, we're gonna have to basically relearn how to play this game now, since it's running kind of, you know, now that it's actually kind of running smoothly. Whoa! Oh, we hit Oscar with the side swipe. Completely unplanned, but I will take it. Watch it, watch it. Ooh, almost had a bad roll there into Oscar. Got him with the side swing again. Oh, we're still okay though. Hold, let Jose come back out. You know, in a way, this is almost kind of a mirror match. It would be more of a mirror match if we had Holly instead of Jose. But the setup for this is legitimately kind of a mirror match with Gobo and, you know, me and Jose versus Oscar and Gobo is kind of a mirror match if you think about it, with the way I've got myself set up right now. This is actually kind of almost a mirror match. Oh, watch it, stay out of the puddle. Ugh. I hate that follow-up so much. All right, Jose's back. We're kind of getting there now, though. Ooh, and we get the big one on him now. Oh, we whiffed. Are you serious? Get pancaked by his follow-up final swing there. Oh, that sucked. Remember, when he stops, that does not mean we're safe. That means he's gonna start shooting. Okay, now things get interesting. Watch it. We managed to escape the status ailment. But we're also completely out of heals now. Thank you for the save, Jose. Oh, the fact that he can just hit you with the no healing status ailment, though. Oh, we got so close, though. We got so close there. Like, if we could do that again, but not burn through our healing so fast, that would actually be the run. We are so close. Ooh! Whoa! Okay, pull back, pull back, pull back, pull back. Nice carry. Ooh! Good hit on Gobo there. I think we just tagged Oscar with the tip of the blade there. So it probably didn't count, but I think it was enough to trigger the animation, but not enough to count for damage. Which is kind of weird, but I get how that happens. Oh shit, go, 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 go! All right, second phase. Stay out of the puddle. Oh! Ew! I wonder I hate that attack. She's got 3 stages to it. That sucks. Waiting for Jose to come back out. There she is. Oh my. Fuck you. Fuck you, Gobo. Immediately get her back out there. It's like, no, no healing. No healing for you. No, no, you can't do that. Ugh. This man runs a homeowners association with how much of an asshole he is. He must.
Bye bye.
Yeah, I don't want to hear that from you, Oscar. This is getting... It's like, we're getting so close is the thing as well. It's like, because I'm able to semi-consistently get to the second phase, but then shit just kind of falls apart. I'd say that one run before the one before the last one was incredible. Watch it. Ooh. Move. I wasn't close enough. Get up. Watch it. This is probably not gonna be the run just because we're burning through healing too fast. Move. Just keep moving. Also, I'm just realizing, whatever that instrument that is in this actual fight theme reminds me of, I forget which game it was. It's one of the Star Wars games, and I want to say it was Jedi Starfighter. That's the thing. I don't remember which game it was. I know it was one of the Star Wars games, though, that had a similar sort of theme in it, and that instrument, whatever that instrument is reminding me of it. Was it Jedi Starfighter? Like, let me listen to it quickly, and let's see if that's the one I'm thinking of. No, that's Starfighter. Is it Jedi Starfighter I'm thinking of? Yes, it is Jedi Starfighter. It's Jedi Starfighter is the one I'm thinking of. Dun 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 dun. But yeah, it's like, it reminds me of that. The main menu music from Jedi Starfighter, which is that one bit from Escape from, it was like one bit from Escape from Naboo. Now that I'm actually looking at it. No, dun 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 dun. God, that is a game I need to play again at some point. Is the Starfighter series. It has been a long time. But I do also kind of wonder, I wonder if I'm gonna be like disappointed by like how it's held up over the years or not. Because part of me is also thinking about the fact that I've become like really spoiled by games that I'm like, that was before I played the last, back when I originally played that was before I really got into flight simming. So I do wonder how I'm gonna feel about those flight controls now. No, Oscar. Again, probably not gonna be the run with how fast we're burning through healing. Shit. Woo. But nonetheless, I seriously am wondering, like, if I were to play that, how would I feel? How would I end up feeling about the flight controls in that? Because if I remember correctly, the way the flight controls are actually set up on that by default is the left stick is pitch and yaw, and then the right stick is roll and something else. And this was back before I had really was comfortable with roll and pull controls. Not even just in that game, but I remember, like, whenever I remember playing GTA San Andreas, and anytime I would try and fly the planes, you go to the airport, you try and fly a plane, I would basically keep the plane completely flat and level and try to fly everywhere using the rudder, which was so bad in hindsight. Watch it. Ooh, tagged him. Was not the intended target, but we tagged him with it nonetheless. Ugh. I'm trying to think though, it's like I'm actually kind of wondering now. I might have to see if that was one of those things you could change in the settings, because if you could actually have that be roll and pull controls, actually set it over to be roll and pull controls on the left stick, I wonder how that would play now. I legitimately wonder how that would play, because I remember in also another older game, Rogue Squadron, there was a button you would press and that would change your yaw to roll. Whoa! Oh, that was clumsy. Got him again. Can we go for, oh, the double hit? There we go. Second phase, only one heal. Excellent. Use our second one here. Ooh, missed me with that. Whew. Heal here. Heal. Watch it, watch it. We're actually doing kind of okay. Okay, Jose's back. And we have healing again. Oh, we get him with a big drain? And then we can get him with the yes. Stay out of the puddle. Heal. That was our last heal, but we've got him pretty well down. So we might be able to pull it off. Oh, we need one more of those. Come on. Whiffed. Out of the puddle. Come on, can we get it? Can we get it? Can we get it? Yes! Woo! Go down and stay down, Alessandro. I've had enough of your shit now, you understand me? I have had enough of your shit. So, time to say goodnight. Oh no, what is he doing? What is he doing? What do you mean no? What do you mean? He's reaching for his weapon, Jose. Just let's finish him off. Why are you stopping me? Why are you stopping me? Okay. Well, let's get the thing back from you at least. You shall haunt this earth no more. Can we get her thing back now? That's the real question. Like, we're gonna need to get the thing back for her. Closing the eyes. The classic cliche of, you know, closing the eyes so they don't look quite so creepy. Okay, good. We do get the thing back for Jose. So we can at least say we've done that. I wonder what this is going to lead to now, though, because we already saw what happened with Holly's. Where after doing that, she ended up back in the sanatorium in a new cocoon that where we have to fight her again. It's probably gonna be the same with her, but I wonder where it's gonna be now. God, I love the eyebrows as well. Like, in her case, it's diamond shaped rather than bean shaped, but I love characters that have those like really prominent eyebrows. Whether it's her, Mugi from K-On!, or God, what was her name? From Blue Exorcist. She had a similar sort of look going on with her. Unfortunately, I have to go. I have to go somewhere I saw. When I was so young and immature. Far worse punishments. Believe me, you'll see me again. Just give it 100 or so years. You'll understand. It's easy to forget how fleeting things can be. A power, a curse. It'll be really, like I said, though, it'll be interesting to see where she ends up being in the present, though, considering what's happened with her in the past and how that changes the course of things. Yeah, like I said, just give it about 100 years. You'll see me again. You'll see me again, Jose. I want to preserve this moment. Okay. Let's see what you got. Wait, did she have a Polaroid? She used a Polaroid, didn't she? God, I love the headband as well. Like, she is just such a good character design. Jose, I just really love Jose's design. You know, tiny, big sword, the hair, the eyebrows, the eye patch. She is literally just, yes. Yes. Messiah. Hail, Messiah. I'm not the Messiah. Hail, Messiah. I'm not the Messiah. I've seen a Messiah too, and I say you're the Messiah, but I'm not the Messiah. Okay, let's see what's going on. Let's see what this has done to the present now. Also, finding one of Jadwiga's minions was kind of handy there. Oh? We're back at the grave again. Interesting. Oh. That's being Oh, it's been out of disrepair. Oh. Well, we might go see actually what her base has turned into now. Oh, there's people. There's peoples. Could that have been? Yeah. Yeah, no, you got me wondering too, Lou. Oh, hello, bot. Goodbye. Where are the others? Where are the other two of you going to be, I wonder? Well, there's the second one. Are we going to get a third? Are we going to get a third one now, I wonder? Because like I said, for whatever reason, they seem to come in threes. I have noticed that. They seem to come in threes. Let's see. That's the Shoreline Cavern. Ah. That's the pier. There's the one I'm looking for, the refugee village. Let's see what's different here now. Because I am legitimately wondering how much has changed because of what we did. That's why we have fewer casualties than other villages. The moon takes its toll, but I sure hope they hold out for all our sakes. The moon. The moon's haunted. Oh, do you have anything new? Probably not. Well, let's see what you got. No, nothing new there. Okay. Kind of what I figured, but it was worth checking. I just realized I probably should have talked to Jose before I went back in time, went back to the present. Shit. God damn it. God damn it. Went through all that and then I forgot to do something important. Let's see. I mean, obviously we still can't have either of them, but I was wondering if maybe I could do something with that. But yes, back to Jose. And then that's all still the same. Wait, no, why am I going back to Jose? No. Holly is just better. What am I doing? Holly's is just better. Oh, but it's not nearly as better with Lou. Who would be better than her for this? Let's see. Mind +2, dexterity +2, vitality +2. So we'd probably want Noah.
久々だな。腕が鳴るぜ。
Hey, Tatsu, welcome back. No, that's 167 now. What about the rest of it? Fortitude and strength are the weak links right now. Can we do anything about those with what we have? Not with that one. If we do that, that brings us under 13, which does boost our overall. Without that, we're down by 10 though. Okay. How does Jose compare? Jose is better now. Okay. Oh no, Holly, not Camilla. What the hell was I thinking? Oh, Holly is the one I want. Okay. That's why that was backwards. And let's see where we go from here now. We need to go... I think it's this way now, actually. But I don't remember for sure. Although we could also go back to Magmel real quickly. Let's see, yeah, we go back to Magmel. Did I get any rocks for... I'm trying to remember. Have I gotten any of the fancy rocks for Jadwiga? That's probably the first thing I'd want to check. Because that's what I want to see. Do you have anything new or interesting here? No, no you don't. And then I need to go to that other room. Where you're at the... I need to go to the room where she's at the pool table to talk to her about the rocks. Also, let's see if Lavinia has anything new to say. Oh, we got something new from her. Ah, back attacker, glutton. Okay. Does Lou have anything new to say? No, okay. I might have stuff for them, but I don't remember off the top of my head if I do. So first things first though, we need to go talk to Jadwiga, who's on the other side and upstairs. So back out this way. Is there anything here? I don't think so, but we can look. No, not really. Up this way, yeah. Up the stairs, go over here. Then I might have gone to the wrong one, but we're going to find out pretty quickly. Yeah, I think I need to go to the other side, because that way also leads to the spring and where you can change your appearance. Yep, there's Jadwiga. Do I have any of those for you? I want to hear the rest of your story. Where were we? I used to tamper with parallel worlds, and quite obsessively. My goal was to cherry-pick favorable outcomes for our timeline. Just a little space-time scrapbooking, so to speak. Those around me were vehemently opposed, but I paid them no mind. A costly mistake. My meddling broke causality. I'm bored. Keep bringing me stones and I'll tell you more. Oh, we got the VIP pass! I mean... I don't know what that does, so let's see. Let's Let's go inventory, VIP pass. Oh, we take it to her shop and that expands the inventory. Okay. Anything over here? Nope, but there's Jadwiga. So we go here.
Good.
Anything there? No. Maybe I go and I use it over here? Because I mean, she is running all of them.
見ての
Anything new? No, no. Twin Blades? Oh, those are new. Those are new. Twin Blades of Hunger. I hunger. Beware, I live. Run, coward, run. I think that's new as well. Nagi Mukuro, which is the big sword.
用事は済ん
Remember, that was Yakumo's sword, if memory... No, was that Yakumo's sword in the first game? Ooh, I'm trying to remember now. Was that? Or am I thinking of a different one? Whatever. I know that I need to find one of her minions, though. Because they have an item I want as well
武器の
for upgrading weapons. One of the tender crimson stones. I think it's tender crimson stone 2 that I would need specifically. So I could do that. What was Blood Rune again?
獲物はせ
What was Blood Rune? So let's see, if we go down here. Yeah, what were these again? Were these the ones from Jose? No, these are different. What are these? I don't remember when I got these. When did I get these? And also, do I have anyone that would have better scaling with them? Maybe Jadwiga. Probably the most likely one who would have better scaling if any of them do. But no, not really. Okay. Maybe Jadwiga 3, but... Okay, the heavy attack on them is pretty sick, though. Yeah, the heavy attack is pretty sick. The jump kick. Wait, is that specifically? Hold on. I need to check something. I need to check something specific. Is there a key that's like a fast photo mode? Like, that's like instant photo mode. That's what I'm trying to remember. But actually, as you see, ad break's gonna be starting soon, so if you need a chance to stretch, grab a drink, anything else of that sort, now's gonna be the time to do it, and I will see y'all when it is over. back. So that's what I was trying to figure out. Is there a photo mode button? That's what I was trying to remember. It's like, is there a button for that? Let's see. Interact menu. Yes, there is. That one. No, there it is. Okay. And this is what I wanted to see. Okay, so first of all, that pose is kind of sick, but that's not really what we're here for. This is what I wanted to see. Is it, like, what kind of kick is it? It's not quite a rider kick. That's what I was wondering. It's like, is it a rider kick? It's a jump kick, but no, it's not quite a rider kick. Okay. That's what I was wondering is, are we going full on Kamen Rider? Also, oh yeah, no. I remember Slep a while back told me that move, that form kind of sucks. He was not kidding. That's pretty bad. Okay. So let's see about swapping that out for something better. Like, do I have... Yeah. And of course, the other question is, do I want to use these over, say, the Glutton's Eyes? Part of me is thinking I might, because I like the moveset. I really like the look of them. But I'm kind of wondering now, which one of these would be better, actually? Yeah. I don't know how I feel so much about this moveset. I like that they light things on fire when you hold the button, though. Yeah, I'm thinking I might like these a bit better than the I was gonna say, wait. Do I have those on anything right now? Oh, that might be one to try, actually, if I don't have that on anything right now. Because, yeah, this is not very good. So I would have to... No, I just have it there. Stalking Saber is one that I would want to get as well. So first, let's go see what these are like when we level them. How do these scale? How do these build up? Because the main thing I like with them is the moveset. How do these scale with upgrades? That's the first thing I should look at if I was going to go that route. So we need to go over this way, I think, because this is where Jadwiga is going to be for weapon upgrades. Maybe not? I don't actually remember now. Maybe she is on the other side where I was before. Let's go have a look. So we go here, and then we go this way. Come up here. That's where you can change your appearance. That's one of her minions. Yeah, there she is. Okay. What do you have? Transformation, which is not really what I'm looking for. Upgrade. Let's see. So right now, those are at 194. I don't have the Tender Lightstones, so I can't do those right now. I can't get those up to 4 because I would need Crimson Stone 2s, but I know I can get those. I just don't remember where
獲
from.
物はす
I think it's one of her minions that I haven't run into yet. Will have it, but I don't remember which one is the thing. Because you see, I've got 1 and 4, but I don't have 2 or 3,
かい
and those are the ones I would need to level that up. Who do I have with me right now? It is Noah. Okay. So we're going to hold off on using these for a bit just because they're not leveled. And let's head back up. Because we've got the business with Jose. We've got the business with Holly. We've done their side quests. I was trying to remember, who else do we have to do? Lyle. That's the one we still have to do, is Lyle. But also, I kind of do want to see. So let's head back this way as well. Back to the outpost. I want to see what's different here now. Because obviously the cocoon's going to be here. And I don't want to deal with that yet. But I do want to see how everything else here. Oh! Hold on. Hold on. Who's that? Who's that? Oh, it's Lise! It's Lise! Lise lives! Let's go!
姉さん、ジョゼから話は聞いています。
Wait a minute.
あなたが現れる
Because there was somebody,
私のこと
whenever we went to the
ご存知の
grave,
はず
there was somebody there. Did we ever see their face? I don't think this was Lise. I don't remember if that was Lise or not, but...
どこから話したらいいのかしら。
Mm,
姉とゴッボーを倒した頃
maybe just after you put him down. I woke up in a
とある療養所
sanatorium.
で目を覚ましました。
Yeah.
そして
I traveled to the sunken city hoping to find her.
会うのは
I was
怖かった
worried, terrified actually,
姉さんは
that she wouldn't want to see me. But she didn't say a
私を抱きしめ
word.
てくれました。
She just hugged me.
よかった。
She's so small.
久しぶりに会った姉さんは
Time had changed her.
優しく
She was kinder,
強い人に
more
なってい
sure of
ました
herself. I'm sure you had a hand
きっ
in
とあ
that
なたのおかげ
change.
ですその後しばらく
After that,
平
life
穏な
was
日々が続いた
peaceful,
のですが
at least for a while.
リンネの再封印
Eventually, the
計画が
resealing was set in motion.
姉さんは
Of course, my sister received a summons to be part of it.
大事変
Mm-hmm.
招集を断ることも
She could have refused. Maybe, deep inside, I wanted her to. But her mind was
あなた
set.
が生きる未来を
She wanted to protect the future. Your future.
リーズさん私たちは
We...
分かっています
I know, it's
このまま
okay.
では姉さんは
At this rate,
一体を巻き
she'll
込ん
wipe
だ
out
爆
the
発を
city
起
she
こし
sought
て
to
しまう
protect.
それだけは
I know you need to go and stop her.
私も
Otherwise, the risk is too great.
姉さんも
I'm sure she knows it too.
姉さんが守っ
Yeah, we're going to. Not quite yet. Because there's other things we want to do first. But yeah, no, we're going to, Lise. Don't worry about that. First, though. Actually, no, let's see what she has, if she has anything to say
姉
here.
さんが守っ
Nope, just that. Okay.
刻印の入った
Missile. Over here, actually, we have enough to level up pretty substantially.
頼もしいな
Let's do that. And then we need to head over to where Lyle is. Which I think he's going to be over here. He's either going to be there. No, he's not going to be there. He's going to be over here then. Now the question is, how do we get over there? We go to the hill that's overlooking the clock tower. Might be able to find something there. Jose. Lore that we've already seen. Yeah, we need to go along this road. Okay.
事故るなよ。
All right, let's get going. I'm thinking I might want to install. So a while back when I was before I upgraded my GPU, I also was trying out some of those mods that increase the bike speed. Because I remember I was talking to Slub about this with Demon X Machina, that with DXM2, the difference between the bike in this bike and the bikes in DMX Machina 2, and how one of them is this bike that controls pretty well, but it's too slow, and then the bike in DXM2, I like the speed of that bike, but it controls kind of terrible. It's actually kind of terrible control wise, and I think that's just like slightly amusing. I don't remember how the speed mods actually affect this one, though. It might actually make it pretty much uncontrollable, but I honestly don't remember. What is that thing? It's just a terrain feature, I think. Oh, but it has a thingy by it. So let's grab that. Ooh, Tender Crimson Stone 3. Okay. Flour. Who just leaves a sack of flour out in the open? And some rice, too. Sudachi. Alright, we want to head this way. First is what I'm thinking. Because if we clear that, we'll start being able to actually get the map going again. And once we have the map going, we'll actually know where we are. So... Wait, what are you doing, Iris?
早速ブリーフィングを始めるわよ。
Yeah, wait, what?
私たちの討伐対象は英雄ライル。この先に広がる
Yeah.
三の谷の入り口に
The hell is this about? Start the briefing, though. This is...
昔は活気のある場所だったそうだけど、今じゃ見る影もない寂れた土地ね。かつては業石炭が豊富に採掘され
The
る
mining
しかし
industry here prospered.
開拓者である
One day,
領
the
主
ruler
自
who
身が
founded
民
the
を追
Scar
放し
exiled all of its
その後すぐに
citizens
領主は失
and then
踪
vanished without a trace.
暴走した兵士たちと化
Now
け物に
chaos
支配
reigns
され
supreme.
歴史の勉強はまた今度
They're in a database for you to peruse.
私たち
Our job was to awaken and slay the heroes sealed here, or the world as we know it will cease to be. First priority is track down Lyle's cocoon, located at Forward Base 1. Jesus Christ, though. But the moment she said, let's begin the briefing, immediately, it was just like, it reminded me of that bit in High Fleet, where after we get, you know, where you finally reach Kiva, and it turns into, oh, now you have to deal with ballistic missile attacks coming at you. Now the ballistic missile carriers are here, and they're going to just destroy. Oh, hey, there's Lyle's cocoon. That was fast. I wonder how we're gonna get yeeted back in time now. A swordsman of peerless talent. Belonged to a mercenary group in his day, known then as the Dawn Chorus. The Dawn Chorus was led by a revenant known as Craig. They struggled to take back their homeland. Was that? I'm guessing that was because of the exile. Then Lyle vanishes from history. No word of Lyle or his exploits until he reappeared at the upheaval, when he joined the other revenants in their final stand. Ultimately sacrificed for the seal, yeah. Wasn't too approachable. Said he fought like a madman, was always the lone wolf. With the path to the fortress blocked and no other routes to speak of, we're not getting close to the Scar anytime soon. We'll have to skip the practice run. Wait. Are we just gonna go for it? Okay. Okay. We're just gonna go for it immediately.
そして封印を解除する鍵を見つけたらまたここに戻ってきて
Sure.
英雄の情念に干渉する力を持った何か
Sure.
時間移動に成功したらまずは旅団のそれと
Well,
最後に念
at least this time we're not doing the thing where
これから過去に干渉
these changes can be sudden and often unpredictable. With that in mind, before you take any action that affect our now, consider the consequences.
よく考えて行動しなさい
Yeah, okay, Iris. But anyways, I was saying, every time I see somebody talk, oh no, let's begin the briefing or whatever. I always have that same piece of music go into my head immediately from Ace Combat 4. I always had that one track from Ace Combat 4 start playing on my head. The one that was used for, the first briefing music from Ace Combat 4. For whatever reason, this is sort of my default briefing music. Is this one right here. And also, it's that briefing voice as well. The briefing voice from ACO4. It's the briefing music and the briefing voice from ACO4. It's like, welcome back. Here is it's like, I think part of it is because it is a really good example of that sort of like professional under stress vibe, similar to the voice acting in Homeworld,
少し休んでいくか
which that game, Homeworld, more games need to look at how Homeworld handled its voice direction for characters who are in a stressful situation, but are also supposed to be, at least to some extent, have some level of training and professionalism to go with it. Where instead of just immediately panicking, it's fall back on your training, it's stop. Stop. Remember your training. That kind of, I don't know how you describe that aside from, like I said, professionals under stress is the phrase that obviously immediately comes to mind. Ooh. I don't like you. So I'm going to need you to stop.
だけ揃えたところでな
Where if they do have the breakdown, it's not in the middle. It's either because it's not like immediately, oh, the stressful situation starts, have a breakdown. There's either a delay to the breakdown, or there's a bit of a threshold from, between, initially being under stress and then eventually the breakdown happens as once the stress becomes too much. Again, I feel like I'm not phrasing this really well, but if you ever actually go and play, go and look at like the voice acting in Homeworld, or honestly, even just go and play Homeworld, and you'll hopefully see what I'm talking about with the way that the voice acting was done in that. Sure, a lot of it was also the actual acting. It's not even the acting itself; it's the direction. I think is what I'm thinking of. The voice direction in Homeworld is just something I really would like to see other games kind of use as an example of how there's like I guess you might say
別の道を探すぞ
different ways to show how somebody might act under stress. And also, that sort of voice direction and that sort of like personality would also honestly be kind of a nice antidote to the other tendency that you see in a lot of voice direction where characters might be like overly quippy and it's just and kind of obnoxious. You know, what you often we might sometimes hear referred to as like Marvel writing. It's not like the only answer, of course, but I think it's one that I would like to see get looked at better. All right, it's time to go back in time. Wow. Also, I've been playing. I've started. You know, I've been kind of playing the. You know, not. I haven't done it much, but I've been kind of playing my bases again. Now that my hand, because my hand hasn't been acting up quite so much. So hopefully we'll start doing that again on stream soonish. Obviously, I do really want to try and get, you know, some of get the cracking more under control, cause it sucks when it happens, and I don't want to, you know, I don't want to jump the gun and then suddenly my fingers are all splitting open again and it's absolutely miserable. But hopefully, yeah, I'll start doing that again, especially because I put fresh strings. I put fresh strings on one of them, and oh man, they are not kidding when they say how nice fresh strings feels. They are not kidding at all when they say how nice fresh strings feel. We got a big battle coming up. If you're willing to lend us a hand, there's an entry exam for new recruits. The captain went ahead to forward base too. You managed to catch him? Just tell him you're looking to join. Just pass the fort straight ahead. Okay, hold here for a second. Also, so we're gonna go into the confluence and say hi to Lou. Let's collect ourselves, then go over the current situation. Yeah. Dawn Chorus on an offensive to reclaim the corroded scar. Was overrun. Frenzy soldiers and horrors took up roost in the valley. My powers landed us right on the knife edge of a major battle. Oh! So what's our next step? Find Lyle and locate the key to his cocoon. This time period, he should still be serving in the Dawn Chorus. This seems as good a place as any to get a start. And... oh, okay, that was kind of weird. Things were kind of stuttering there, but it seems like it's overall okay. So let's see here. Do I have any of those on me? Not enough for either one. And can I bring anyone with me? Okay. I can bring Noah with me. Interesting. Not complaining, but interesting. Sure. Also, you'll excuse me, I'll be right back. So, just give me a few.
何つったってんだ。
Sorry about that. Had to take care of something, but we are back now. So let's see. What were we doing? Oh yeah, we're back in time now. And we're gonna go see what's the business with this Lyle fella. That's what we were gonna do. That's what we were gonna do. So up this way, through the fort. And let's see what's waiting for us. Yo, what's this thing? Weird tank design. We have 1, 2 remote weapon stations, plus, actually no, 1, 2, 3 remote weapon stations, and then a cupola machine gun. Does this have a coax? Let's see. I kind of have a look at this thing now. That might be a coax, but it's pretty low detail, so it's kind of hard to say. That cupola machine gun is also pretty low detail when you actually get a look at it. But yeah, so we've got 1, 2, 3 remote weapon stations. We have what looks like Contact 5 style explosive reactive armor. The main gun, I'm guessing this is like a Challenger or Leclerc style optics unit here. Then we have a command. I'm guessing this is supposed to be like a commander's sight here, but it doesn't rotate at all. Maybe, and then also what looks like this might be a second commander's. Actually, no. This is the gunner's primary sight, which is directly centered over the gun. Well, almost directly centered anyways. Then I guess this is the commander's sight or some kind of missile dazzler, kind of like how you see on some Chinese tanks. Still don't know what that's supposed to be. These are smoke dispensers of some type. The engine's back there. Can't really get a good look at the hull, so hard to say what's going on with that. And then you've got the mantlet, the turret assembly, a fume extractor, which goes, fume extractor as normal, but then it's got this very strange thermal sleeve as well, where you've got the fume extractor, and then the thermal sleeve continues onwards, but then it narrows here, but doesn't quite end. And you've got this, because you've got this rib along here, and this wouldn't make sense as part of the barrel, but the narrowing here is just really odd. And then you have a pretty large muzzle brake and the muzzle reference system on it. But thanks to the level of detail, you don't have the side holes on the muzzle brake. It's a very weird tank. I gotta say, this is a very weird tank. And look at the size of these side skirts as well. These are massive side skirts. Like, they go way too low. This is almost like a British World War I tank, where, because they had no suspension. I love British World War I. British World War I tanks, they had no suspension, and so they would have basically from the top of the tank to the bottom of the tank all the way. The side armor covers the entire track assembly pretty much. It's just kind of doing the same, but with side skirts on a vehicle with modern suspension, so that big ass dent is not really surprising. If anything, I'm surprised any of this is still on here at all. Because you would think with just how big it is, how far down it goes, it would have just been cut off here, either as a field modification or just from the regular wear and tear of actually being driven. And on top of that, also, I just noticed this remote weapon station, aside from having the machine gun here, also has what looks like a javelin tube on it, which I know that's like a thing that we've seen on some recent vehicles. Never actually really seriously considered as a thing they're gonna do. It's just they have a weird habit of putting it on there to kind of show, hey, I guess it's a thing you can do. I don't necessarily understand it, but I've noticed that's been like a trend of that's a trend that we've seen for a while, that whenever they're showing off a weapon, a remote weapon station like this, they'll put like some kind of man-portable ATGM on it, even if it doesn't make any sort of sense for the vehicle to have that. I don't know why. I just know that's a thing they do. And then, like I said, so you've got your smoke dispensers along one side of the turret, but this also is a pretty scarred turret. So I could see how they might not have been... Oh, wow, there's even mounting points for more of them here. Actually, I don't know if those are mounting points. There might be mounting points for more of them. But obviously, you said you've got your smoke dispensers here and here. And then you have this thing, which I'm kind of wondering what this is meant to be. Maybe it's like an Iron Fist style active protection system? Or it could also be weird thought weird possibility with its placement. Maybe. So these smoke dispensers are probably going to work like your standard sort of Western smoke dispensers that you see on pretty much every NATO tank, where they fire out smoke grenades and then almost immediately the smoke grenades detonate to create a rapid curtain of smoke, right? I wonder if theoretically this bigger launcher back here might be using the more Soviet style smoke dispenser, like the more Soviet style smoke grenades, where instead of going out into the air, like so being launched out to like here, detonating and creating a rapid curtain of smoke, these go out further than they would land and start creating a smoke screen there. Because that's the thing that that's how the Soviet smoke grenades work. They actually project out really far, like 3 or 4 times the distance that NATO smoke grenades go. They hit the ground, and then they create a curtain of smoke there so that they can be used in the assault, where you launch them way out ahead of the vehicle whilst you are making your assault, so that you have a smoke screen up ahead of you, and that gives you coverage. That gives you cover as you're approaching. Like, I don't think they actually put that much thought into what this is here for. They just saw, oh, hey, 6-barrel launcher thing on a turret. That looks cool. Let's put that on the tank too. This might even be like some kind of default, like Unreal Asset Store tank or whatever. I don't know what the hell this thing is, but I'm kind of just, theorizing what could this actually do? And that's like my best thought is it's there and it goes plunk, launches the smoke grenade out. So almost like I said, like Soviet style, where it's way off in the distance and provides smoke coverage for the assault. That's my best guess as to what that would potentially be used for. Like, if I had to guess what you would actually do with that kind of launcher, that's my best guess. Oh, Uncanny Stone for Jadwiga. These are some kind of low drag bomb. And then we've got air-to-air and air-to-surface missiles here. Every time I see these, I wonder if any of these, do any of these people have like airfields? Because they obviously have the, you see the ordnance that would be launched from aircraft around here. That would actually be kind of funny to run into in Code Vein, in like the Code Vein city. He's like, oh yeah, no, there's literally just a helicopter as a boss, or there's an airfield that this area that you're in was an airfield at one point. It's like one of the things that you always wonder, because in the first game that was like something you could definitely see a bit of an element of because in those moments because of its closer connection to God Eater. I do wonder if there was any thought towards doing anything like that in this game. Is like having
すぐ行く。待ってろ。
those sort of installations. Because you see evidence of things like what might be aircraft, artillery, like you saw there was the tank. I do wonder if they ever actually had any thought of doing anything with that. Even just like... just for the look of it. Yeah, because look at these fuel bladders. Look at these fuel bladders here. Because that's what these are. These are fuel bladders. These are like movable fuel tanks that can go on the back of a truck. And you would see these, for example, at like forward air refueling points for helicopters. You know, a truck would bring these in, they'd put them up, and then they'd put up some HESCO barriers between them and, around the fuel tanks. Or they would do the same thing with like pallets of munitions to resupply helicopters or artillery vehicles that would then move out, and use that, basically use this as a logistical point. I do wonder if there was ever any thought put into like, hey, these are things we're putting in the game. Do we actually want to use them for any? Do we actually want to have any thought about like using them to suggest anything about what the past was like? That's right. I mean, I'm probably overthinking. I'm like probably way overthinking it. But on some level, I do wonder. I do wonder on some level if that was ever something that was thought about, even on like a basic level. Of we've got these like fuel tank, these like transportable fuel tanks, and these air-to-ground missiles and such. Do we ever want to show the stuff they would have gone with? Maybe even have it as like even like a semi-operational state. Oh, hey, there's our map jammer. Let's get rid of that and see what it was covering. Backstab! Go for the spin! And big sword! Like, I am probably overthinking the shit out of it, but I do still wonder nonetheless. Ooh, Breath of the Titan. What's that? Inventory, Breath of the Titan. Material for weapon transformation grants strength bonus. Oh, okay. So basically that's weapon material. Let's see if there's anything under here. Unlikely, but they let us go there. Might as well search it, see if there is. Survey says no. What about this way? Because I want to clear out this area before I move over, before I go any further and see, catch up with Lyle. I have to. The loot goblining. I have to loot goblin. Oh, more purples. What are you? Pure platinum. Go for that. And then go for big sword. Okay. Oh, hey, there's an elevator here. I wonder if this just takes us back down. Well, it's already here, so we might as well go and see what it is. We might as well see where this elevator leads. Yep, it is right back where we came from. Hey, though, that's convenient. Cleared out that place, got some stuff out of it. Now we can go onwards. Oh no, we didn't actually get rid of that map jammer yet. That's not the one that we actually had pinned on the map. Ooh, chugs there. Ooh, it kind of chugged there. It's probably like big CPU load happening there. That's making that happen. That's good. Oh. Who are you? State your name and business. A revenant hunter? You're not registered with the association. Very well. I'll let you take the entry test. Come with me. Do you actually want something? You better be willing to fight. I like his helmet. I'm not gonna lie. I do really like his helmet. With the hexagon pattern on it. Kind of reminds me of... This is a weird connection. And it kind of reminds me of Mysterio from the PS1 Spider-Man game. Ah! There's the man we're looking for. Why is he so neck? Why is he so neck? Like, he's just built kind of weird, I'm not gonna lie. He's built a little weird. He is very neck. Ooh. Across the cheek. Beautiful. So, Lyle. Wait. Wheelchair. I'm guessing. Oh, is this Craig? I'm wondering, is this Craig? When was the last time someone drew your blood? Skills like yours, we're lucky to have you. Yeah, I know. I don't think he likes us. I don't think he likes us all that much. Let's just say we kind of pissed off Alessandro Gobo. I think that's all you really need to know, Craig, is we kind of pissed off Alessandro Gobo. That's the main reason why. We'll get you initiated. Of course, his main... Yep. The corroded scar. Want to storm the castle. Unfortunately, the place is locked down tight. Protected by a blood seal. Oh, we're gonna have to do like the setup within the setup where we have to go and clear out the retainers. It's kind of like how we had to do with the others as well, where kind of like we had to do with Holly, where we had to go and fight the ghosts of the ghosts that were each sort of a fragment of something of her past before we actually got to fight. What was it? But basically, it's like a miniature version of the overall setup within the overall thing with like fighting the heroes. He's a reckless one, but a fine. Grumpy guts, goddamn.
まずは谷の方へ向かってくれ。この拠点を出
Start by heading towards the
水
valley.
晶洞窟を抜けた先にある
Frequent the limestone cave through the creek frequent Sogata. The other you'll find near the heart of the valley.
放棄された開拓
Last spotted roaming an abandoned region with plans for urban
2体の
development.
重心を仕留め
Once you've taken down the 2 retainers.
戻ってきてくれ。
Okay. So we got the 2 retainers to deal with. You know, we've been seeing references to that bloodline a bunch with things that we've been grabbing, so interesting to see it now. Lyle McLeish.
単独行動の休憩腕は確かなようだが
So we need to go there. There's an elevator they mentioned. Somewhere around here we could use to reach it. Let me see if I can find where that elevator is. Because, like I said, they mentioned it, but I don't exactly remember where they said it was. Also, ad break is starting, so if you need a chance to stretch, grab a drink, anything of that sort, now's the time to do it, and I will see y'all when it's over. back. So let's see. What are we doing with Lyle's grumpy ass? Obviously, we're heading up towards. So dealing with those retainers. What is that he's got with him? I didn't even check the weapon itself, but whatever.
Yes. 進むぞ。
Wait, we're back in the fort now. Wait, I don't think this is necessarily the way we needed to go. Oh, there's the elevator. It's like, they mentioned an elevator, but I didn't quite see where the elevator was. So, I was trying to see if I could find that real quick. I've got it though. We've got the elevator. Let's head towards that. And see just where that first retainer's gonna be waiting. Yo, it's the party bus. Now through here. And then through here. There's the elevator. Okay. We go down. Oh, we're doing all right, actually. Especially now that it actually runs decently. Now that it runs decently. Particularly good, Mechanicat. Although, I was saying earlier, I know why it happens, but one of the other things I was really hoping to do was just right off the bat, once I upgraded my GPU, get back to Stalker 2, and especially get back to modding Stalker 2. But did you heard about what happened with that, right? It's not the only game that does this, mind you. But okay, so this GPU can run Stalker 2 just fine. But it also wants a beefier power supply than the one I currently have installed. So, when I first opened up Stalker 2, it turns out that it's not just Stalker 2. A lot of games will do this. When they first open up, you'll get a bit of a spike in how much power gets drawn. And when that happens, if your power supply isn't quite enough, you're going to trip the breaker in the power supply. So you trip the breaker in the power supply. And that leads to the PC shutting down and rebooting. It happens pretty much immediately, but it means that, yeah, this PC went from being, from running Stalker 2 really badly to not being able to run it at all because it trips the power supply. Like I said, it just means that I'm gonna need to upgrade the power supply, but I kinda knew that was gonna happen anyways. So it's not like it's not totally unexpected, but I was hoping it was one of those things that was gonna not have to do like more immediately. Yeah. Yeah, no, I kinda knew on some level that there was gonna be issues with the power supply. I just didn't quite know it was gonna be like that. Oh, we got him. There we go. Yo, check out the giant turkey leg. Shuriken. Check out the giant turkey leg though. Just jump out of it like a fucking chihuahua. Don't do this to me. Too bad, Mechanicat. Too bad it's already happening. Oh, we can go up this way. Okay. I wonder if that map jammer is gonna be here in the past. And if we clear it out, will it also clear out the one in the present? Also, so I saw the Brazil Haiti game yesterday, or a bit of it. I saw a bit of the Brazil Haiti game yesterday. That was just unfair. The little of it I saw was, anyways. I was just like, damn. This is literally coughing baby versus hydrogen bomb. I don't know how it went, as the game progressed, but like I said, the bit of it that I saw was very much coughing baby versus hydrogen bomb. And then Germany was apparently playing Ivory Coast today. I didn't see that one at all. I didn't watch that one at all, but I can only I kind of wonder how that one went. Also, though, speaking of stuff that's kind of funny about something that actually is kind of funny about the World Cup. Apparently, they scheduled the matches to be during the hottest part of the day. They scheduled the matches to be during the hottest part of the day so that they could be on at European prime time. And they wonder why. Not so much the teams. The teams kinda, but those are like, super high level athletes. They can handle it a lot better. But especially the Europeans, especially the European fans though, especially the Europeans, it's like they're wondering why the European fans are struggling with the heat. It's like, it's the hottest part of the day. You're in places like Florida or South Texas, and it's anywhere from, it is substantially hotter here than anything you're used to. I hope you remember this going forwards, especially since we're not even in the hottest months of the year yet. Like, European fan, I really hope that European fans just keep this in mind whenever they decide they're going to start being weird about air conditioning or whatever in the future. Like, yeah, no. It is not an extravagance. It is, you will die. You will die without air conditioning from how hot it gets. Although I also remember, so there was somebody, the usual European arguments about air conditioning. Oh, just open up a window. And it's about Florida, mind you. This is about Florida. And it was just open up a window. It's like, I don't think you understand. There's a shit ton of mosquitoes out there. And so, of course, their first, what about screens? The mosquitoes, it's not just mosquitoes. There's a shit ton of mosquitoes, and then there's these little fuckers that, they can go through the screens. Like a sufficiently motivated, these little, the no-see-ums, they call them sometimes. Those, or a sufficiently motivated mosquito, can get through a screen. So air conditioning is, again, really useful for that. Not to mention that having the forced air circulation helps to keep the mosquitoes grounded. So, I don't think you understand the magnitude of the issue. And at the end of it all, I was just like, okay, the European mind will turn to eco-fascism before they consider the installation of air conditioning.
暇だな。
Yes, Twitch, I'm sure I want to send this message. God damn it.
やるなら付き合うぞ。
I missed. There we go. Sit down. What is this gonna be? Stun removal. Another tender light stone. Anything else here? No, 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 no. Where are we though? I think we go this way now. And also, I'll be like, aside from, you know, even considering like, you know, I know like Florida has almost got like a mimetic quality to it. Even putting that aside though, it's like, there are, you know, when you really actually look at it, like, Florida can be a little crazy, but it's far from the only one. It's far from the only place that could be described that way. As just kind of schnutty. Yeah, said the Brazilian. Yeah, no. Brasil, número uno, campeão penta! Campeão do mundo! And it's a map of murders. I always love that one. So, you know, they show this map of like murders around the world, like how many murders are happening on average. And then Brazil is just like lit the fuck up. And one of the commenters said, Brasil, número uno, campeão penta! Campeão do mundo! Wait. Mejor del mundo, número uno, always, let's go! It's such a goofy thing. So there's a way up there. I just have to find it. And I can't reach it like that. Is there anything here that I can do? Because there was the guy here that can't have been all there was to this place. Was the one guy waiting here. And then we deal with him, and then this is just a dead end. There's something I'm missing. I don't know what it is, but there's gotta be something I'm missing. Campeão, porra! If I can get up there... Yeah, that's forward base 2. That's the entrance to the mine elevator. Which we just came from that. Maybe we put a marker here. And we can use that. Trying to figure out just what the hell we actually need to, where the hell we actually need to go. If we don't need to go up here, this is just like a little side path. So let's head back down real quickly and see if I missed something. That's my best guess anyways, is that I missed something important. But then again, why would there be a revival point here if there wasn't more I could do over there? That's the thing I'm trying to figure out. Because you would think with that there would be something else I could do that way. That's a dead end. Because that's like an unclimbable hill. Catch him with the orbiting blades. See how he likes that? Yeah. Parry that, you fucking casual. We can go that way. We could get rid of that map jammer. We'd actually have an idea of where we're heading. That's my first thought anyways. So if I can get rid of that map jammer, I might be able to navigate a bit better. Get rid of you. And let's see. You know, just keep heading downwards. And see if we can find a path. That's my best guess right now. Get out of the way in case they explode. Oh! Hello! None of that from you. Also, speaking of... Yo, it's another giant chicken leg. Actually, oh, that just reminds me. A while back, I forget who it was I saw it from, but it was somebody showing how to make this. Apparently, it's like a Brazilian bar thing. They have it like bars in Brazil called coxinha. I was like, you know, that looks pretty damn good. Where it's like chicken that's, you know, they cut it off the bone. They then add, you know, then that's mixed with, I forget what it was. But then they take that and then they bread it and they fry it around the, and they've bread it, they put it back on the bone and then they fry it. And I was like, that looks really fucking good. Get rid of you. Heal here. Get rid of you. Get rid of you as well, because I don't want to deal with that shit. Lyle can probably get rid of the other one. Oh. But let's see, we got... Also, something you might be interested in. Have you seen Robin Shoots? Shredded chicken with seasoning and sometimes a bit of cheese. Bread it with a very thin layer and just shaped like a triangle. And yeah, it tastes like heaven. But also, something you might actually be interested in. Have you seen Robin Shoots' new Pikes Peak car? That thing is insane. We have literally reinvented 90s Indy car engines from first principles using bike engines. So this thing, it's open wheel. It's an open wheel hill climb car with a... God, what was the engines it was based off of? Because it's the Prototypo Synergy V8. Turbocharged. I forget what they said the head was based off of. Because Robin Shoot actually has a video on it that's really good. But it's the head and rotating assembly design of a motorcycle. I want to say it's a BMW S1000 that they used for the head and the design of it is based off of the head and rotating assembly of a BMW S1000. So you take that and you put that all together into a V8 block. And then you put basically a pretty sizable turbo on that. And that is the engine, that's the engine that he's running in his new Pikes Peak car. Literally like I said, a 1990, it's that turbocharged. And it revs to like 15,000 RPM. This thing revs to like 15,000 RPM. It is quite simply, like I said, is pretty just straight up a 90s IndyCar engine. Yeah, it's insane. Like I said, because again, like I said, it's the fact that it can rev like that, it's so light. It's got such a crazy power to weight ratio. The power to weight ratio and the specific output are both insane because, like I said, it's using, because it's based off of bike engines. And when you take the design of like bike engines and you extrapolate it out, that whole idea of taking the rotating assembly, the heads and rotating assemblies from bike engines and extrapolating it out to a V8 is such a cheat code for getting ridiculous power to weight ratios. It sounds insane as well. Like I have generally said, I don't think most flat plane V8s sound very good unless they rev to over 10,000 RPM. This thing is doing that and then going like 50% higher. It is a monstrous sounding engine. Like I said, it's like late 90s. It's basically, literally, like I said, he has reinvented late 90s IndyCar from, well, late 90s kart from first principles. He has literally reinvented late 90s kart from first principles. This thing is insane. Okay, so the company he's working with to do the engine, it's called Prototypo. They're called Prototypo, and their previous work was, I want to say, with, like, a lot of them are based off of Hayabusa engines, right? But there is kind of a problem. Apparently, a lot of those Hayabusa, first of all, the Hayabusa is an old engine. Let's be honest here. The Hayabusa is a bit of an older engine. And there's been a lot of development since then that makes these engines, work better at those crazy RPMs and handle things like turbocharging better. Also, I really come to believe the best BMW products are on two wheels. Legitimately. I legitimately am starting to think the best BMWs have two wheels. Whether it's their Boxer engine bikes or stuff like the S1000 and such. I really love Listen, I love the sound of the BMW Boxer engine. It's got like this bark to it that you don't see in most other twins. You don't see in most other twins. They just sound really nice. It's not quite as lumpy as, say, the odd firing V-twins you might find in a Harley or an Indian, but it isn't quite as, it isn't quite as refined as, say, well, the inline twin, as like the inline twins you see in a lot of European and Japanese bikes. Yeah, they sound really good. So I've told you before, so there's a coffee shop near me that's also owned by a motorcycle shop. And one of the things they have in the shop are several of those old BMW Airheads. They have several of those old BMW Airheads in the shop. And a neat little thing, they have a VW bus, one of the VW combis with the pickup, the VW combi pickups. They have one of those with a third headlight on it on the roof that's from another one of those BMW bikes. Like, it even has the blue and white propeller on the headlight itself. Like, have you ever seen how some BMW bikes will do that, where they have the blue propeller as part of the headlight lens? Yeah, they have that on the roof of this VW combi that's basically been set up as a bike transporter. Oh, did I completely whip that swing? There we go. Oof, ow. Watch it, watch it. Pull back. Right as I was healing too. Fuck you. Here, take this sword and shut up. Oh good, you're back, Lyle. That's gonna be a pain in the ass. The best bike sounds are old BMW Airheads, Harley shovel heads, and Square 4 two-strokes. So I can definitely agree on BMW Airheads and Square 4 two-strokes, but honestly, for British bikes, I gotta say, there's another one that I personally like even better, and that's the Triumph Triples. The Triumph Triples sound incredible. With the T-plane crank, the odd firing T-plane crank on the 3-cylinder. Hell, even firing, people really don't appreciate how mean 3-cylinders sound. 3-cylinder engines sound insanely mean. Like, shit is downright evil. It's like how a lot of the best V6s, have that low growl to them. Have that low 3-cylinder growl to them as well. I'm personally, I don't like, for like 6-cylinder engines in general, I tend to prefer when they have that low growl, like a doubled up 3-cylinder, as opposed to something like a 2J or an RB, where they have that really, with a really high pitch. It's like, I really like something like the old, like the old BMW straight sixes in the E40. I think it was the E46 M3. Like I think it was the E46. Was it E46 or I think it was E46 M3s that had the straight six in them. The first BMW, the first M3s that had the straight six in them, was that the E46 or was that the E39? I don't think it was the E39 because I think the E39 still had the 4-cylinder, which that would have been the M5 of that era that had the straight six. I don't remember which one was the first BMW M3 to have the straight six in it, but the way, yeah, the S14 with the S14, that straight six sounds incredible. And it's like the total opposite of, say, an RB or a 2J. Like, it's got like that low growl to it that almost sounds like a doubled up 3-cylinder. Or a more modern example of a V6. The current General Motors V6 with a good exhaust system. I don't know if you've ever heard, the current General Motors V6 with a good exhaust system sounds evil. It is such an underappreciated engine. Because everybody always thinks about, you know, the Buick 3800 with the, you know, the Oddfire Buick 3800s, which, yes, those sound incredible, don't get me wrong. But even the current GM V6, if you have a good exhaust on it, that thing sounds evil. And that's an even fire 60-degree V6. That's nothing like crazy or exotic by any means. But it sounds completely different from, say, sounds completely different from, say, a VQ or the V6 in the Jag F-Type. Which are, those have more of that higher pitch sound to them. Well, that's unfair. That's unfair to the Jag. Because yes, it does have kind of that high pitch sound to it, but it's better than a VQ. It's better than most VQs. It's really rare to see a VQ with a good exhaust setup. When you do, it's kind of shocking. But yeah, it's super rare. There we go. Okay, you are priority because I know what you do. Shit. But so that's the one I'm. The BMW M80. Yeah, no. I mean, the M1 is one of those cars that the BMW M1 is one of those cars that is sort of like first steps of knowing ball, to be frank. The BMW M1 is one of those cars where I'm not gonna say it's like elite ball knowledge, but it is sort of like the first. It's one of the very first steps of knowing ball. Hey, new around, how you doing? Bleeding Shield. Like if you know about and really appreciate, if you know about the BMW M1, especially the Group 5 turbocharged version of it, that is like the beginnings of having ball knowledge, of knowing ball. But also, so remember how I was making the comparison with the 2J, right? I was comparing the S54 with the 2J and the RB. The M88 is another example of that sort of high-pitched six-cylinder sound that I'm talking about. Is like, is completely different from, say, an S54 or I forget what the hell GM calls their current V6. It's some weird code that does not, it doesn't have any sort of like appeal to the sound of it, but you know the one I'm talking about. Oh no, do you know what engine sounds really, really fucking good? That's a straight six Mechanicat. You know, you obviously you'll know this one because it's a Brazilian classic. But the engine in the Opala, I don't know what it's called, but you know the one I mean. The engine in the Opala sounds amazing. Like I've seen some of the footage of some of the old race footage of when that thing was running in the Brazilian, like old Brazilian touring car races. That thing sounds amazing. Also, speaking of the M88 though, and I don't know if it was the M88, but the 6 Kaneko or the 4.1, yeah, that one sounds really good. Also, again, I don't know which engine this was, but it was probably related to the M88, at least to some extent. But the one they put into the 3-liter CSL, it's more on the side of like the high-pitched wailing straight six as opposed to the low growl, straight six. But the one they put in the 635 CSI and the 3-liter CSL, that one sounds pretty good as well. Generally not my sort of preference, because like I said, I like V6s and straight sixes that have that low 3-cylinder growl, but even I still gotta admit that one is good. Watch it. Where's they at? Ooh. Yeah, but that one sounds incredible. Car bike thing that doesn't sound nice, yeah. Have you seen the the new M3 concept that they showed like the concept for what the Neue Klasse M3 would look like. It's kind of like, there's some elements of it I'm not so hot on, but the back end on it is really, actually not the back, the front end on it is really nice. It's a little bit like those, okay, this is a weird comparison, but hear me out. The Neue Klasse M3 concept that they showed off, the front end kind of reminds me of those body kits they make for Camaros. That gives them, that's supposed to be like a hypothetical Pontiac Trans Am. You know the ones I'm talking about? It's a body kit for the 5th gen Camaro that kind of is meant to be like Pontiac styling. Those were like a thing. Those were like a thing for a while in the early 2010s. The front end kind of looks like that. The back kind of looks like a late 90s or early 2000s Alpha. It's a strange combination. But I kind of fuck with it. Like on some level, despite that, I kind of fucks with it. Like I said, it's like combine the, like I said, those body kits that they used, that they were like a thing in the late 2000s, early 2010s for 5th gen Camaros. From like 2009 to like 2012. These were like a thing that you would see on a bunch of like 5th gen Camaro. They did for like 5th gen Camaros that were supposed to be like, you know, Trans Am never dies or whatever, because Pontiac was gone at that point. They kind of have that, it kind of has that look from the front. And then the back is kind of like I said, like a early 2000s or late 90s Alpha. It's a weird combination, but it kind of works. It kind of works. It works way better than it has any right to. Oh, you want to know something, Mechanic Cat? I actually saw recently somebody, a Photoshop artist, actually halfway fixed it. And do you want to know how they did it? They halfway fixed it without changing the design too much. Also, that car makes perfect sense when you think about the psychology of Ferrari. Okay, so first thing first. They turned it into a modern rendition of the Fiat Coupe. You remember the Fiat Coupe from like the mid-90s? The one that was in Gran Turismo 3 with the 5-cylinder? They kind of turned it into a modern rendition of that. And it worked. It kind of worked. But also, like I said, the Ferrari Luce makes total sense when you think about the psychology of Ferrari. Ferrari very much positions its brand as being, oh, you're joining an exclusive club. Because you're not just buying a car. They're not just selling you a car. They're selling you an idea of being a member of an exclusive club. However, the thing about that sort of mindset is, as that club kind of expands, its earlier members start to regret, like a lot of its earlier members and its, you know, the people who created that club start to kind of see that exclusivity fade. And this inevitably leads to a demand to restore that feeling of exclusivity. This is where hazing, and this is where hazing comes from. You start putting in, you know, those older members, to try and restore that feeling of exclusivity, start demanding that new members, quote unquote, prove themselves worthy to be part of that exclusive club by undergoing some kind of ordeal. And that's basically, you know, And the Ferrari Luce is not the first time they've done this. You know, the whole thing where, oh, you have to interview and be approved to buy a Ferrari was kind of the beginning of that. And then it kind of went up from there. Do you remember the Ferrari FXX? The Ferrari FXX was also kind of built on that mindset. It's kind of ultimately a product of that mindset. And then also, like, sure, these are like the top-end Halo models where it's more understandable that there would be a selection process for people who wanted those. Yeah, they do it with every Halo model. But I'm talking about how the FXX went even further. I'm talking about how the FXX also went even further with it. Where instead of it just being, you know, the interview and approval thing, the whole, like, interview and approval thing, the FXX was a car that even if you were approved for it, you didn't own the car. Ferrari held on to the car, and they would take it out. You know, it wasn't homologated for any racing series. Ferrari held on to the car, and they would take it, you know, they would take it out to racetracks, and they would have these events where you would drive the car around the track with other people who were approved for the FXX, and then when the event was over, Ferrari would take the car back and you would leave, and you paid like $2 or $3 million for this privilege. Again, this was not a racing series. It's not even like a real racing series. It wasn't even a spec series, and it wasn't homologated for any sort of like major series like FIA, WEC, or any of that. It was just a track day thing where you went out, Ferrari brought the car, you drove the car around the track with all the other people that Ferrari approved to do the same thing, and then you left, and Ferrari took the car back with them. And we all thought it was a little silly, but, you know, we all thought it was a little silly at the time, but it was like, okay, this is a track-only Halo model that requires special maintenance and such, but we didn't see how this was an extension. A lot of people really didn't at the time, didn't see how this was an extension of the exclusive club mindset that Ferrari was kind of starting to reach the long end, starting to get into the absurdity of. That was sort of starting to reach its inevitable absurd conclusion. And the Luce is a continuation of that, honestly. The Luce is very much a continuation of that psychology. Because before, and like I said, this is not a new thing where you had to have, like, you know, you had to show some level of proof to get to the high, you know, to the higher, quote unquote, higher ranks of the Ferrari club. But you know, until relatively recently, it would be like, oh, you had to buy like a 458 or a California, or you had to buy an old Ferrari, take care of it for a few years, and then you'd be allowed to buy one of the newer, higher-end Ferraris, right? And whilst that was a little silly from an outside, it could be seen as a little silly, it kind of made sense. But to a lot of the longer, you know, the long-time members of the Ferrari club, they no longer saw that as enough. And a lot of those longtime members were also Ferrari executives. Yeah, like you said, they did that with the they did that with the F50 and probably with the F40 as well, to some extent. So, and we kind of figured, hey, that makes sense. It's a Halo model. they're only going to make a tiny number of these, and they want to make sure that everybody who is going to buy one is going to actually drive it, and it's going to be, you know, it's actually going to drive it and not just be like the Sultan of Brunei where it rots in a garage forever. But but we didn't realize at the time was that was also a test case for what would come later. That was the thing we kind of all missed at the time. Mostly because none of us have the money to even think about buying a Ferrari. That was a test case for what would inevitably come later. With things like the Ferrari registry where, remember, if you buy a Ferrari, because that's the other thing, if you have even if, you know, it doesn't have to be any of the Halo model, it could be a regular Ferrari, like a 458, a 488, or a California or a Roma, right? Those are all quote-unquote registered. And the thing about the Ferrari registry is, the way that works is, you are only allowed, you know, you have to, Ferrari has to approve the people that you take it to get serviced. If you want to do any kind of tuning or modification to it, Ferrari has to approve that as well. So yeah, like I said, so it would be a case, it was a case of, so the whole thing with the registry is like, for the car to be on when the car's on the registry, Ferrari, you can only have it serviced at shops that Ferrari approves. If you want to do any kind of tuning or modifications to it, Ferrari has to approve of those modifications, and again, of the people who are doing the modifications. And if you ever do any work on a car that Ferrari doesn't approve of, that car gets taken off the registry and you're effectively blacklisted from ever buying another Ferrari again. And these are all just like elements of, like I said, the psychology of Ferrari and what they're selling. And the whole thing of what they're selling, which is, again, it's not just the car. It's the idea of Ferrari. The idea that you're a member of an exclusive club. That's what Ferrari is selling at the end of the day. And when you think about it that way, the fact that the Luce sucks makes perfect sense. The Luce sucks on purpose. It is meant to be a hazing ritual for prospective new members of the Ferrari club that they have to, as an ordeal, they have to undergo before they can, you know, before they are accepted as a real member of the club. So the Luce sucks on purpose, and it makes perfect sense when you understand the psychology of Ferrari. But also, ad break is starting, so if you need a chance to stretch, grab a drink, anything else of that sort, now's the time to do it, and I will see y'all when it's over. back. But so that's what I was saying. So yeah, the Ferrari Luce very much sucks on purpose by really old Ferraris like the GTB Daytona, Testarossa, or Dino on auction. Cars that they have no control over are very much prestige and heritage cars. And then so you to get them Liberty Walk and Rocket Buddy kits, massive, stupid. You know who does exactly that, Mechanicat? You know who does exactly that, what you said? So yeah, the Liberty Walk F40 is cool as hell, by the way. But you know who does precisely what you are saying with old Ferraris that, you know, basically does it almost for the express purpose of pissing off the Ferrari insiders who have gone way too far with chasing that notion of exclusivity? Do you know who does basically precisely that? Brian Scotto. Brian Scotto does basically exactly that. So it's actually funny you bring that up, because that's pretty much exactly what Brian Scotto does. He has that Ferrari 360 that he's been working on. Yeah, he has that Ferrari 360 he's been working on for a while now. And a lot of what he's done with that is basically, like, he's nowhere near as not quite as extreme as you're saying, but a lot of the work that Brian Scotto has done on his Ferrari 360 is very much with that intention of antagonizing those Ferrari club insiders. And also, arguably, he's kind of carrying on. Part of it's also he's kind of, so it's that, and also kind of carrying on the legacy of Ken Block. Because remember, he, you know, Scotto was one of the two guys, like the two founding guys from Hoonigan, with you know, him and Ken Block are like the two founding guys of that. So that kind of stuff, aside from antagonizing, like I said, the Ferrari like insiders, also just makes total sense from that angle as well. But oh yeah, 100%. Antagonizing the Ferrari insiders is very much a competitive sport these days. So I mentioned Brian Scotto. He doesn't go quite as far as some people do with that, but he is absolutely one of the more visible people who is basically, like I said, participating in the competitive sport of antagonizing Ferrari insiders. And yeah, that is very much the way of thinking about it. It is very much a competitive sport of who can piss off the Ferrari insiders the most. Okay, no. You know what? Actually, do you know what is actually, I think, the best way to antagonize them? You know what I really think is the best way of antagonizing them, though, Mechanicat? Is like, and this is why, again, why I love the Liberty Walk F40. Do stuff to a Ferrari that Ferrari and its insiders don't approve of, but do it tastefully. That, I think, that is the power combo, is do something that pisses off the Ferrari insiders, but do it in a tasteful way. And that's why I think I think what Brian Scotto is doing with his works so well, because, you know, it's the kind of thing where it's like, okay, so you're mad about this, you hate this. Do you want to explain why? It's the difference between it's the difference between Brazilian pizza and Chicago. It's the difference between the Brazilian meme pizzas and Chicago pizza. I think that's the easiest way to explain the difference. Like, if you wanted to do something like that, here's what I would do. Here's what I would do in that sort of setup, right? I would get a Ferrari Dino or a Ferrari 360 rolling chassis. You know, one where the tub and such is still good, but it has no engine or transmission. I would take one of those. I don't know. Those are probably insanely rare. Let's just get that out of the way now. What you're talking about is going to be insanely rare. But get yourself one of those. And then, remember how we were talking about those motorcycle-derived V8s earlier? Put one of those in it. Like, get like a 360 or a 430, or possibly even at this point, you might be able to get a 458 that's like that, where it's just a rolling chassis with no engine or transmission, right? And you put one of those motorcycle-derived V8s in it, and you set it up as a serious track car. As a no bullshit, serious track car. I think that would really be a way of antagonizing the shit out of them. And it would make them look like... And again, it's about making them embarrass themselves. Because obviously they're going to be upset about it, but they're not going to be able to say why. Not because they don't know why. They know why they hate it, but they can't admit it publicly without embarrassing themselves. That's the trick. That's the trick to really antagonizing those like Ferrari insiders that are responsible for things like the Luce and the Purasang. Is piss them off in such a way where they can't explain why it pisses them off without embarrassing themselves. It's kind of like, you know, well, to use a parallel example, it's kind of like the people who are snobbish about synthetic diamonds. That's the kind of approach you need to take. It's kind of like those people. You're dealing with that same sort of thing of the people who are snobbish about synthetic diamonds, where, again, they'll be like snobbish about them. But if you demand they explain why, they can't do it without embarrassing themselves. That is really the key, is putting them in a bad situation where they can't explain why they're angry about something without embarrassing themselves. So remember, the key thing is the end result shouldn't be overtly silly. I think that is the real key to this game. The end result shouldn't be like too overtly silly. It should be just enough that, again, it pisses them off, but they can't explain why without embarrassing themselves. And I think the ultimate grand prize is if you can get your hands on one of the Halo models and do something with it that is akin to the Liberty Walk F40. It goes entirely against the vision of Ferrari, the exclusive club, but they can't say why they hate it without embarrassing themselves. They can't make any excuses for why they hate it. That's the game. And like I said, if somebody could get their hands on an F50 or an Enzo and do something akin to the Liberty Walk F40, they would absolutely win that game. It's just a drawing of, whoa, what is it? 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 Yeah, send it to me. I'll have a look at it after stream. Because I mean, we're probably gonna end soon, but now you've sparked my curiosity, and I want to know what it is. Like I said, the real key, the other key to it, a super silhouette inspired. Oh, that's hot. That is hot. Just as a concept, that is hot. The thought of somebody taking a Ferrari F40 and racing it in the super silhouette category is inherently just so hot. That is an incredibly hot idea. But I was gonna say, I think the other thing to it, like I said, aside from it being, aside from it looking tasteful, despite going against the pretenses of the Ferrari insiders, and aside from the fact that it has to both antagonize them and look tasteful, the other thing is, whatever you're doing, you have to play it 100% completely straight. There can, it has to be completely earnest. Not even serious. It can be kind of goofy, but you have to play it 100% straight. It has to be totally earnest with no ironic edge to it. I think that is the other important part of this. And that's why, like I said, one of those like Hayabusa V8s in something like a 430 or a 360 rolling chassis as a no bullshit, stripped out, 100% serious track car is just like an example of where you could start. Actually, so speaking of motorcycle-derived V8s, right? Do you know what would be really funny? Do you know what would be really, really goddamn funny? So you know how the Yamaha R1, they changed that over. They changed the Yamaha, so the Yamaha R1s, part of like the whole shtick with the Yamaha R1 for a while now has been, they took the 4-cylinder bike engine and they gave it a cross-plane crank, and this would kind of be coming full circle with the whole thing. Imagine if you took that engine, that crank, and that head design, and you made a V8 out of that. That would kind of be coming full circle in a sense. You've gone, you know, you've done the crazy high revving bike V8, and then they took the, you know, the bike engine and they made it a cross plane, and it's still like crazy high revving, but now it sounds like nothing else on the road. You take that and you finish going all the way around full circle and make a V8 out of that. So now you've got like a 12,000 RPM cross plane V8. That thing would be utterly ridiculous. I don't know what you would put that V8 in, but just imagine like taking it full circle and making a V8 out of the Yamaha crossplane engine. I feel like that's kind of the logical conclusion of these motorcycle derived V8s, is to go full circle and reinvent the crossplane V8 from first principles. Because also, if you manage to do that, you're looking at a crossplane V8 that revs higher than most flat plane V8s. You are looking at a crossplane V8, and that's like the whole shtick. That's like part of the whole shtick of a flat plane V8, right? Not the only thing, but that's like part of their shtick is that, oh, you know, flat plane V8s can typically rev higher than crossplane V8s. This thing probably won't rev quite as high as, say, some of the Hayabusa or other motorcycle-derived V8s. But at the end of the day, you have still built a crossplane V8 that revs higher than most flat-plane V8s. Which is... That's got kind of a silly appeal to it. Like, you have literally reinvented the crossplane V8 from first principles, and as a result, you've also created a crossplane V8 that revs higher than most flatplane V8s. And there's just something delightfully ridiculous about that idea. I've already been here, damn. Okay. So this isn't where I need to go at all. Over this way is that resurrection, is that revival point. So I don't want to use any of these missiles if I can avoid it. But I'm thinking that's going to be a problem that we have to solve later. So, because I think we're going to call it here. So let's see who is on we can raid into. Who is around at this hour? Who have I not raided in a while? Let's see. Oh, hey, Obobo's on. Let's go say hi to the Tanuki. I think there's an idea. Let's go say hi to the Tanuki. Let's go see what they're up to. And as always, you want to see what I'm up to off stream? These are all the places you can find me. And let me get the raid message for everybody on Twitch as well. There we go. And I think that only leaves one thing to say. If you've been here before, you already know what it is. But if you're new, well, I hope to see you again in the future. But for now...
どうしたぼーっとして